Hello, Laura.
Hello,
I can hear you and see you. Can you hear and see?
I can. Thank you.
Wow. Where are you at?
I'm at home.
Oh, well, good. I'm glad it worked.
Yeah, I'm sick and I didn't want to get anybody sick, so.
Oh, no. Oh, I'm sorry you're sick. Has anyone else checked on yet tonight? Anyone checking on? I can hear someone. Hello, someone. Hello?
Hi, this is Tony.
I can see you. How are you tonight?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Did you have a good day?
I did.
Wow.
How
And
about
the
you?
week's almost over? The week's in the middle of the week?
Right. We made it halfway.
Hey Louise,
Yes,
this is Nicole. I'm having issues with my camera. I'm gonna try and figure it out. Just
All
know
right,
that
one
I
minute.
am here,
I'll mark
even
you
if you
here.
can't see me.
I can hear you.
Yes, so just know that I'm here.
Thank you, Nicole.
Tammy DeCourcy checking in.
Thank you, Tammy. Did you have a good day today?
I did. Marcia Hunt's here.
Oh, hello there. Glad you're there.
Bonnie Covington is here.
Hi, Bonnie.
Hi.
Hello, Charlotte. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I just don't really have a
Wonderful.
voice today. Sorry.
Oh, you got laryngitis? Oh, dear.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Did you have laryngitis?
No, I got another virus, so
Oh,
it's just the way it goes.
that's the way it goes some days.
Amy McIntosh is here,
Hi, Amy.
and Stacy McGinnis said to remind you she has her team meeting tonight, so she'll be late.
Yes, she told me that. Some people have parent-teacher conferences. Jessie has those. Anyone else checking in? Are you doing okay, Charlotte? The class is okay for you? Good. I'm glad.
Teresa Massinanti is here.
Hello, Teresa. How are you?
Good, thanks.
What is the origin of your last name, Teresa?
It's Italian.
Oh,
My
it's a beautiful name.
husband's 50%, and then his grandparents were 100%.
We spent some time in Italy this summer. Boy, that's a gorgeous country.
Yeah, it'd be fun
Have
to
you been
travel. No, I haven't been outside the U.S. Well, I went to Canada, but that's about it.
That's
Someday. Someday.
beautiful big buildings. The only thing I didn't like was their pizza. I thought their pizza was terrible. It was real
that's
thin,
possible.
and they had to chew hard. I guess I'm used to the soft Papa John or something.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd like it. I don't like my husband's pizza.
They kept putting shrimp on it and stuff like that, and I didn't like shrimp on my pizza.
Yeah, that doesn't sound too good.
Andy Townsend is here.
Hi, Andy.
Hi, I agree about the Italian pizza.
You didn't like it either.
Ours is way better.
Yes, it is.
Kayleen Goddard is here.
Hello, Kayleen.
Hello.
Ashley Hatton's here.
Thank you, Ashley.
Lindsay
Sarah
Bagley is
Paulson
here.
is here. Thank you, Lindsay. What about Lauren or Maria or Cheyenne? Jesse's at parent conferences, will be here. Let's see.
Cheyenne is here.
Hi, Cheyenne.
Sarah is here.
I just came to Sarah just now. That was perfect. Suzanne, Lori, Corinne.
Suzanne's here.
Thank you, Suzanne. Lori, Corinne, Ashley Rex. We'll wait just a couple more minutes and then we'll get started. Most of us are here looking for Lauren Clark. She may have had conferences too. Maria. Jesse, I know the conferences will be coming. Ashley Rex. Suzanne and Lori. No, I said Suzanne. Lori and Corinne. Ashley Rex, are you there? Or Lori? Corinne? Maria? And Lauren, that's the ones we're missing. All right, let's go to the agenda for class 4, November the 17th. Is there anyone having trouble finding it? Everyone knows where we're at. Today's the 17th of November. Remember, we don't meet next week. Next week is the day before Thanksgiving. And then we meet December 1st and 8th, and you're finished. How are your book logs coming? Remember, on your book log, you do not have to have exactly 100. Maybe you have more, maybe you have slightly less. It's up to you, it's your book log. You do not have to have exactly the same number, like 15 fantasy and 21 poetry. But I would like you to have just a sample of everything so that, like Jesse teaches a high school, and he said, I never used picture books before. But now I can see some value in maybe using picture books. So if you have more picture books than you have poetry, that's okay. You don't have to do exactly what's on the schedule of how many books on your book log. And remember, you can do it in any form you want. I have a big book just of nothing but illustrators because I want to know who the illustrators are, because I think I have neglected them over the years. I have never really appreciated them. I read the words and I love the poetry, but I never really paid a lot of attention to the illustrators. And then I realized what an important job they had. And so I just made a little collection of illustrators. And however you want to do it, you can keep your own book log. And you do not have to post the whole book log. SUU makes the students on campus post their book log. I don't know whether they don't trust them or just because they're younger students, they want them to be accountable. You do not have to post your book log. You go to where it says the assignment book log and say, I have completed my book log to your satisfaction. You do not have to say, I have 30 books here and 20 books there and so forth. I have completed my book log. The same thing with the lesson plan. You are not students on campus. You do not have to write a big lesson plan. You just write, if I was in the class, if you're not teaching, or with my own students at home, my own children, or in my class, I have used some children's literature. You can tell us about it if you'd like to. Some of them are telling how they used it, and that's helpful to everybody. But you don't have to write a big lesson plan. You're not in high school or college as a freshman or sophomore. You are andragogy, which is adult learning. So you just simply say, I have completed my book log, and I have used books in my class. As far as going to the library, it's been interesting for those that went to the library to say, I looked at my school library, and I found we had a lot of poetry books, but we don't have any da-da-da books. Or I went to the local library by my house. I didn't even know we had a library by my house, somebody said. So just look around your neighborhood and see what resources there are. Go to your school librarian and say, do we have a lot of books on fantasy? Or do we have a lot of contemporary literature? Get an idea so that when they ask you for, what do we need in our library? You say, well, I haven't seen any, picture books for the 8th grade or 2nd grade or whatever, so that you are an expert, so you can recommend librarians to go to people. Any comments or questions about what to do, what your assignments are? The most important part of all your assignments is your attendance and then posting on Canvas. SUU does check to see on attendance. I don't know why. I guess it's just new to them. But these hybrid classes, they wonder if people really are attending. They know on campus if their students are attending because they can see a body, a live body, or they see them on Zoom. And so they have been very kind with us to let us have these hybrid classes of 6 classes of 4 hours each, 24 hours of face-to-face, and then they expect you to do 21 hours of reading or homework or something so that you are not cheating SUU. You're doing 45 hours of work for the 3 credits, which is graduate credit. So it's not too much to ask, but you don't have to check in like you do at SUU. But are there any questions or you don't understand what the assignments are? Any questions?
I just need to check in. Corinne Warwood is here.
Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you. I was just calling you and all.
This is Lauren Clark. I'm here too.
All right. Thank you. I'll go back and mark those so I won't forget. Because that's the most important thing they do check. They check to see who comes and, if people are missing or not, because they kind of think we take it for granted that these classes are easier or not on campus and they can't, have control over you so much. So we're missing Lori Sudwicks. Lori there. Or Ashley Rex. We know Jesse's at parent conferences. Will be here as soon as he can. So I know you have other things you must do in life too. Any other comments or questions? All right, let's go back to our agenda for tonight then, please. Class 4. I put a lot of things on the agenda sometimes that we don't talk about, just for your help. So be sure and always read down through the agenda. You might find things that will help you or pertain to you that we didn't actually go over. Before we get started tonight, before we do some of the activities, I found some books that when I was on the Caldecott committee, I really, really liked, and they weren't winners. And so I don't want you to think we're only looking at Caldecott and Newberry. I wanted to show you a few books tonight before we get started here that I think are worthy of noting about them. So let me change it over here to this one. This was a very interesting book called Balderdash, and it tells about John Newberry. So if you're in the older grades, fifth, fourth, whatever you start using your Newberry, your harder reading books, it's interesting to know why he decided to write books or to be the author or what his story is. Is John Newbery really a person? When it's the Newbery Award, what does that mean? So this is a very interesting book that I found called Balderdash. John Newbery and the Boisterous Birth of Children's Books. So I really like that one. Another book I really like that I recommended that did not win, of course, it's called Lifetimes by Daniel Rice. Talking about illustrations, let me show you just a few of these illustrations. You could use this book at any level because it talks about, for example, the lifetime for a Venus flytrap is 18 years. So if your children, even in junior high, high school, even the little children, they can see these plants called flytraps. They don't know why they're called that, but did you know they lived 18 years? Did you know that an earthworm lives about 6 years? And I'll bet they've seen him on the sidewalk. And here's a little story about him, pictures and stories. Beautiful artwork. Beautiful artwork. Is how long things live. A butterfly lives about 1 month. A lifetime for corn is about 1 year. The lifetime for a hermit crab is 5 years. So beautiful pictures, a little bit about them, and then at the bottom are some things to think about. Think about it. How is a crab's borrowed shell like a motorhome? And how is it different? Well, children know what a motorhome is, or you can help them know what a recreation vehicle is or something, or their camper, whatever they want to call it. But it's like having a hermit crab because he has a motorhome on him or an RV. But it tells about all the different things in the world and how long things live. And the pictures are beautiful. The lifetime for an otter is about 20 years. I really thought this should be a winner. It didn't make the list, but it's called Lifetime by Daniel Rice, illustrated by Michael S. Madak. I thought that was a beautiful book. Talking about the alphabet, sometimes we think the alphabet is only for, age 6, 7, and 8, and then they know their alphabet. This is one by Lynn Cheney. I guess it's Cheney. Remember, he was the vice president. This is his wife. Sometimes women get left out of history. And this is an almanac of amazing American women. A is for Abigail. Has very pretty pictures and lots of information, so it could be used at any age. It tells a lot about all these people, and it gives lots of little things that they did in their life. For example, Abigail Adams shows where she lived and what she did all day, and has little facts about her all around here. When John was able to come home, that's her husband, John Adams, Abigail was very happy and called him her dearest friend. Just little facts about very famous women. Alphabet, ABC, Emily Dickinson, Anne Hutchinson. Amazing women in America. A is for Abigail by Lynn Cheney. Another alphabet book that I really liked was Country Road, ABC. Let me put that up a little bit so you can see all of it. Country Road, ABC. Illustrated, an illustrated journey through America's farmland. So many of our children live on farms or close to farms, and this would be something they could really relate to. They would understand. Let me show you just a couple of the pictures. A is for ammonia fertilizer. And I asked a couple of second graders the other day, do they know that? And they said, oh yeah, we know what that is. We can't touch it, but it's in the shed. And this is what it does on our fields. So it tied into a second grader's knowledge when the teacher himself, he had no idea. He moved here from Boston and he's teaching here in Roseville. He had no idea what ammonia fertilizer is or what it did. But the second grader, little boy, felt very, very intelligent because he knew how to help his teacher. But it's just things you might find on a farm. B's for barn cats. C's for coffee and candy. E is for erosion. So it goes through the alphabet. It's called Country Road, ABC, and it's just beautiful pictures, and it's written by Arthur Geisert, I guess, Geisert maybe. So it's called Country Road ABC. So there's a couple of different alphabet books. A for Abigail and Country Road ABC. Another one that would be good for most ages, maybe not kindergarten and first grade, but after that, says We Were There Too. It's young people in U.S. history. And it's quite a thick book. And it talks about the American Revolution. It gives a lot of stories of people that they follow that came up with marbles, the game of marbles, Frederick Douglass, just people in American history. Says we were there too. And these are the young people. So the junior high and high school students really like this. And they'll say, oh, they were only 15 when they did that. Well, I'm 15, or I'm 17, or what have I done? So it says it's a must reading for today's youth, as well as their elders, because young people are important too, and they do great things and have great potential. So I really like that book. Another book I liked, I really thought this should win something, and it didn't. The Wonderful Things You Will Be by Emily Winfield Martin. And it's great to start a discussion. I saw it used in a junior high the other day. It said, the wonderful things you will be. And they talked about, what are you going to be when you get older, or when you're 20 years old? What do you want to be when you're 80 years old? Or, what do you want to be in life? And so many of them, well, they had some dreams. Some of them didn't know. But this is a beautiful book about little children. And what will they be? Will you stand up for good by saving the day? There's ever been you, so wonderful things. What will you do? And it opened up a great discussion. When the nights are black and the days are gray, you'll be bright, brave and bright, so no shadows can stay. And that one led to the biggest discussion I've ever heard about the COVID right now. People are tired of being isolated in their house. And one little boy said, I don't get to go to basketball games. I don't get to see anything. I don't get to play with my friends. My nights are black and my days are gray. And it led to a great discussion in the 7th grade, even though it's just a simple picture book, The Wonderful Things You Will Be. I like this one. This one's hard to show because it blends in with the pictures, but it says, this is how we do it. It's one day in the lives of 7 kids from around the world. So you talk about, what did you do today? And what do you plan to do tomorrow? Well, if you lived in Korea or on the islands, what do you think their day is like? And so it just shows 7 children and what they do. It shows the different children from Uganda, Russia, Italy, Japan, Peru, Iran, and India, and this is me. They put your own picture there, and it introduces you to these little children and what their days might be like, what their families might look like, and what their schools might look like. Very different than what maybe we do. And this is my teacher. What would my teacher look like in these different places? And they can talk about you here as the teacher. This is what I might eat for lunch. Very simple book, but very pretty book called This Is How We Do It. One day in the lives of 7 children from around the world. Let me move those over a minute. Here's another one I really liked. How many of you have lost a tooth, and what did you do with it when you lost your tooth? There are things that people do around the world with traditions. Tooth traditions from around the world. And it tells, if you lived in other countries, you might throw your tooth on the roof, or you might put it under your pillow, maybe like we do, and hope for the tooth fairy to come. But it's a great multicultural book, and it shows what they might do in Venezuela and Brazil, Colombia. What do they do with their tooth when they lose a tooth. This one here says, in Cameroon, I take my tooth, I throw it on the roof, and I shout, take this bad tooth, find me a new one, and I hop around on one foot, and that's their tradition. So what is your tradition to throw when you lose a tooth? And all ages get a kick out of that one. Another one I thought was excellent to have is Braille. Who thought of Braille, and how do you do it? It's called Six Dots. This a story of young Louis Braille. And it tells how he came up with using Braille and how we use it today. And it gives the Braille alphabet and the story of Louis Braille. I wasn't even aware of it. I mean, I knew there was Braille, but I didn't know someone actually, just came up with it like that. Here's another one. It's called Preaching to the Chickens. This is the story of young John Lewis, who turned out to be quite a preacher. And as a young boy, nobody would listen to him or take him seriously. But so he preached to the chickens. And he became quite a preacher and quite a model to his society. So it's interesting to read about young people and what they plan to do. And here's another one I like by Brad Metzler. It makes a lot of great stories. I am Albert Einstein. They've probably heard his name, but, do they know a lot about Einstein? It's a cute book. I am Albert Einstein. We hear how smart he is. In fact, now today we hear, oh, they're smarter than Einstein. So he had a high IQ and just tells his story. I'm Albert Einstein. He turned out just, a little boy like everybody else going off to school. He got sick like everybody else. He did trying to learn the piano. He did everything they did that the children in your classes do. But they wrote this book about him because he did some marvelous things. I'm Albert Einstein. Which led to a great discussion that I heard the other day called, What Do You Do with an Idea? It's written by Kobe Yamada and illustrated by Mae Bessem. It was a New York Times bestseller. You have an idea, so what should you do with it? A lot of the children in your class have some great ideas. If I was the cook, I would cook things this way, or if I was building the cars, I would do this. And they have great ideas, but what do you do with your ideas? You can tell it was a winner right here of the Excellence in Independent Publishing. I don't know who that company is, but they were given an award of what do you do with an idea? This little boy kept it to himself. Is that what you do? I hid it away. I didn't talk about it. I tried to act like everything was the same before my idea showed up. It just starts some thinking about, you might have a really good idea that nobody else has ever thought of. I am amazed sometimes at some of the ads I get on my computer of time-saving things, or the best way to cut an avocado, or the best way to ripen a banana in a hurry, things I'd never thought of, And what do you do if you have an idea? Encourages them to think. And I had an idea that this might work or that might work. What do you do when you have an idea? One that I recommended to win an award, and it didn't, was called Blue Sky, White Stars. It's written by a big long name, Naberehus, Neighborhouse, I guess, and illustrated by Nelson, Kadar Nelson. It's just a beautiful book of Old Glory. It shows the Grand Canyon. It says Old Glory when the fireworks go off in New York. You can see the waves and also see it wave. Together, one nation, shows how many colors we are in our nation. It shows making the flag, sewing together, one nation. All about the people in our world and how we need to get along together, because we're all in this together. We're all under the blue sky and white stars. Just a beautifully illustrated book. One that I found I really liked by UNICEF It's quite a thick book, and I think it cost me $30. This was the parents' choice, and it's called A Life Like Mine, How Children Live Around the World. I thought I liked it, just, so I bought it for my classroom. It turned out to be the most popular book in the classroom. I had to find 5 others because everybody wanted to look at the children. She's my age. Well, she lives here. Well, she eats that. Well, where does she sleep? And it caused so much interest. A place to live. Where do people live? And what do they eat? And what do they do? And it shows different families. It has a lot of information and starts a lot of discussion. Even the little children loved it, but the older children, the junior high children, really loved it. So those were some I liked. I just wanted to show you. Didn't win anything, but I thought they were wonderful. Let me show you just a few more. This is a beautifully illustrated one. To everything there is a season. These people are winners in other areas. Leo and Diane Dillon, Dillon. It is a beautifully illustrated book, and you could use it all through the year. There's a time to plant and a time to pluck up, that's what is planted. There's a time to mourn and a time to dance. It just shows events that happen in your life because everything has a season. You're young, you're old, you do different things. It starts a great discussion. The one that the first grade and kindergarten liked more than any other book, The Crayon Box That Talked, by Shane DeRolf, illustrated by Michael Levitz. And it shows a crayon box, and they take it home. This little girl gets a crayon box and takes it home, and then she tries to figure out all the different colors, the red and the blue and all the colors in between. The grass was green, and the crayons keep changing. They watched as I colored, they watched when I was through, they helped me make a picture when I was finished. It's a great thing to talk about illustrating your work. When they write stories, the picture is now complete because I've used every color in my picture, and each of us are unique, and when we get together, the picture is complete, of which, of course, has a moral behind it, that in our little classroom, we're all different, we're all like a box of crayons, but every one of those crayons is unique, and every one of those crayons is needed in the classroom, just like you're needed in the classroom today, and it makes our picture complete. It's called The Crayon Box That Talked. Audrey Wood is a great writer, and David Shannon is a great illustrator. This is the Paul Bunyan story. And it's just a funny story. Beautiful pictures of Paul Bunyan as he grew up. And he was in Bryce Canyon. We know where Bryce Canyon is. And the oxen. The children love the pictures of that one. Here's another alphabet book that they got quite a kick out of. P is for Petrodactyls, the worst alphabet book ever. All the letters that misbehave and make words nearly impossible to pronounce. It's so funny because the words are hard to say, and even for teachers. And I watched the 4th grade class just laugh because they couldn't pronounce some of the words. The teacher couldn't either. But A is for aisle. What's in your aisle at school, in the grocery store? E is for Eve. D is for whatever that is. That's a boat race. But it's words that the teacher doesn't know either. G is for ganache. Why does it say ganache? What's ganache? So the worst alphabet book ever. Winter's coming. So here is a beautiful picture called North Country Night by Daniel Sansuki. We have 25 deer that live on our place year-round, and I watch them as they do things. And these are just beautiful things. The owl comes at night, the snow falls, the wolves, things that they see at night in the wintertime. A porcupine will hide, The cats will look for a place to hide. The cottontail, North Country Night. Just a beautifully illustrated book. Another winter one is Winter is the Warmest Season by Lauren Stringer. And it has just beautiful pictures of what goes in the house. You're in the house, you're having cold jelly sandwiches will turn into grilled cheeses. Iced summer milk turns into hot chocolate. We have hot soup, hot pie, hot warm bread. This makes me warm all winter. Just things that happen in the wintertime. It just leads to a discussion of what do you do in the winter? What hides in the winter and what comes out in the winter? What do you do to keep warm? And what does the cat do and the dog do? Normal things that they have some information about and some familiarity. And their family. What do you do at night on cold winter nights? Just a nice warm heart. You also like that book I showed you last week called Round Trip. Remember where one way you turned it one way and you were leaving the city, you're leaving the country and going to the city, and then you turned it over and it went the other way and you came home. I found you another one. This is called Reflections. Ann Jonas wrote a book called Reflections. It's the same way. You follow it one way, like this, and then you turn it around the other way, and there'll be a complete different picture of different things happening. So it's called Reflections by Ann Jonas. Okay. Kindergarten loves this one. First grade thought it was wonderful. There's only one you. We looked around at everybody and we all weren't wearing the same clothes that day. We weren't wearing the same shoes that day and our hair wasn't the same color and we didn't have the same color eyes. And it just says we're all different. So be enthusiastic. If you have a special talent, teach somebody else. Appreciate what you have. Just being yourself and how important you are. Be on the lookout for a new friend, somebody that maybe doesn't fit in. I saw this book used brilliantly yesterday. There's a little girl in Salt Lake area, 9 years old or something, that killed herself because she was bullied at school. And all the teachers are trying to, talk to the children about things because they're asking questions. And it says, it doesn't matter if you blend in. It doesn't matter if you're the biggest or the smallest or the yellowest or the tallest or whether you stand out. There's so much to discover. Look, no matter what you look at it, look how we can discover each other. It's just a book that starts a way to relax and some quiet time and reflect and how wonderful everybody is because there's only one you. So be very happy there's only one you. I have a little granddaughter. Her name is Elena. And so she loves this book called Miss Elena's. This little girl was sick one day at school, and somebody sent home the spelling list. And the word was miscellaneous. Well, she didn't know that. She thought it was miscellaneous instead of miscellaneous of, varied items. So it's called a vocabulary disaster. And it's, I'd say, 4th grade or 5th grade because it's kind of complicated. In fact, it was written for the 5th grade. But it tells her story. I was trying to do this spelling list at home. And along the edge, there's another story that goes along. And she's trying to learn her spelling list. And here's her spelling list. And she's working on these words, which are quite hard. But then miscellaneous. And she can't figure out what miscellaneous is. And so she's waiting for the spelling test. And she doesn't know how to go to school. And she don't know. It's just, my bed's a jumble. And she's sick at home. It's just a vocabulary disaster. Sometimes in the 5th grade, this one little girl said, I never am ready for the spelling test. But this really helped me. And then, because my little granddaughter, who's 11 years old, thought that was funny and wrote it about her, she got back at me by giving me this one by Dr. Seuss. You're Only Old Once, a book for obsolete children. And it's about this poor man who goes to the doctor. And he just gets the usual runaround. He sits out in the lobby by the fish, and that happens a lot. And then there's all these names and all these people, and does he ever get to see the doctor? And he's all this testing, and he's put in room for room for room, and everybody, all the doctors have a diagnosis, and they look at him, and He's back out in the lobby again, and then he has to wait, and then he has to have his ears checked. It's just a funny story about going to the doctor when you're old and obsolete, and everybody has a diagnosis for you. And so to get back at me and make fun of me, she gave me this book. So I gave her miscellaneous because her name's Elena, and she gave me this one, a book for obsolete children. So at our house, we use books to play jokes. We use books for gifts. Books are a really important part of our life. And so I hope you like some of these. The last ones I just want to show you. If you have children with dyslexia, remember Patricia Polacco wrote this wonderful book called Thank You, Mr. Faulkner. Little girl couldn't figure out why the words didn't make sense to her and why she couldn't read when everybody else could. So that is a great book. Anything by Patricia Polacco. Here's another one. My Rotten Red-Headed Older Brother by Patricia Polacco. Or The Bee Tree by Patricia Polacco. If you find her name, you've got funny, good books. Another one, I'm sure you already know, but it's Jan Brett. If you don't know the name of Jan Brett, The Animal Santa, The Wild Christmas Reindeer, The Owl and the Pussycat, Burlois the Bear, The Hat, The Gingerbread Baby. So that's another name for you to write down when you see something like that, Jan Brett. Comments, questions? I just wanted to share a few of those with you. Not one of those won any awards, but yet that's wonderful literature that have a purpose to them. Comments or questions? Okay. Have you ever tried this? I think these are hilarious. Fred Gwynn writes books that have double meanings. Sometimes, especially the ELL students, have a terrible time trying to figure out what we mean. The king who reigned. Well, there's a king and he is reigning. But what does that mean? And so it's fun to go through some of the mistakes we make. Daddy says there was a king who reigned for 40 years. Daddy says there's forks in the road. Daddy says he has a mole on his nose. Misunderstandings, how much we misunderstand each other. Mama says lambs gamble on the lawn. Mama says she has a frog in her throat. Other times she says she's a little horse and needs throat spray. And when I give it to her, she says I'm a little deer. My big sister's getting married. She says I can hold up her train. Daddy said next time he paints the house, he's going to give it 2 coats. Daddy says there's a head on his beard. Daddy says we all get big bills in the mail. Mommy says not to bother her when she's playing bridge. Daddy says our family has a coat of arms. Daddy said we should live in the present. Mommy says little children always have bare feet. I heard Daddy talking about the footprints in the snow and the blueprints for the new room on our house. Daddy says some boars are coming to dinner. Did you ever hear such a bunch of fairy tales? So misunderstanding, and I've seen that one used very successfully in the junior high and high school, when they have to write stories and they make up words. And the words have double meanings and triple meanings, and each culture has a different meaning to some of these words. So those are just some of the books I wanted to share with you. Comments or questions?
Louise, this is Laura.
Yes.
Who was that? The author of that one?
Fred Gwynn. Let me put it back so you can see it.
Okay, thank you.
Gwynne. He's written 2 or 3 or 4 of them. This is just one copy, but I have 4 or 5 of them.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other comments? Okay, let's look at our agenda. We're back to the agenda. All of you have asked for ideas. What can I do with this literature? I'm loving this literature, but I need ideas of what I can do with it, activities. So I put an author here. Look at author and illustrators right there to help you. Or Carol Hurst has lots of ideas. Have you ever tried book bits? Last week I showed you how to do book bites, but now this are book boxes. So try book bits, and they're similar to it, but it gives them something to do. So that's a fun activity. For example, there's a book called Rules by Cynthia Lord. It's usually grades 4 to 9. And Catherine has a brother who's autistic. She loves him, so she creates rules for him. And there talks about different topics. And so book bits could be, what are some things I can do to help my autistic brother? Don't run down the clinic hallway. Don't yell on the playground. Some things to do, but it gives you an example here how to use a book and do book bits. Another one is called Character Quote. There's a book called Joey Pizza Loses Control. Let's see if I brought Joey. Yeah, here's a picture of Joey. It's a Newbery Award winner in 2001. And this little boy's always losing control. And readers can learn a lot about their feelings, their beliefs, and their personalities. Joey is excited to spend the summer with his father, who's been absent from his life. But he has a lot of problems because he has what's called ADHD. And his dad flushes the medicine down the toilet. And so there are some sample quotes about Joey and how to control a boy and to get along with a boy. And so there are some ideas there on how to do character quotes using a book, for example, like Joey Pizza Loses Control. That's an example on your thing right here, on your agenda. Another one is KWL chart. For example, there's a book called Honeybees. And you just write everything you know about honeybees. What do you know? What do you want to know? What have you learned? We've used that before. There's a poem in there. It's a collection about insects and the activity of queen bees. And so just using a KWL chart is a great way to talk about a book. Another one is called Preview, Predict, and then Confirm it. For example, the moon. It's grades 3 through 6. The Earth's only natural satellite, the moon, is an object of great interest. So what do they preview? They know about the moon. What do they predict about the moon might do or what it would be like? And then how do they confirm it? So you have a science lesson. Another one is to do the feelings. For example, the wave, grades 2 and 3. The people in Japan are threatened by a tidal wave. Only an old man who resides at the top of the hill sees the danger and tries to warn the villagers. So you look at any book you're using and what event happened in that book and what was the reaction of the characters.
Unknown caller.
Excuse me, somebody's calling in and see me. Hello? Okay. I thought it was someone in the class. It was one of those ad things. But any book you look at, what event happens in that book, and what's the feelings of the character? Another example is Casey at the Bat. You know how Casey was the big hero? 5th graders love that book, Casey at the Bat. How did he feel when he struck out? How did the people feel? How did the little boy in the stands feel? How did everybody feel? So write down the event. He was a big hero. Everybody was cheering the reaction. And then the event was he struck out. Poor Casey at the Bat struck out. Then what's the reaction? Sometimes we forget, we know the events, we forget to look at the reaction of the people in the story. Comments, questions? Okay, those are just some ideas that I wanted to share with you of how to use literature in the classroom. Maybe some of you have already used them. Anybody want to talk about any of those? Have you done any of those before? All right, let's take our break then. It's 5:15. Take a 10-minute break and we'll come back and look at our book and our text. So see you in 10 minutes.
Hey Louise, this is
Hi,
this
Brittany.
is Brindy. I'm here.
I'm glad. Thank you. I'll mark you here.
Thank you.
Maria is here too.
Thank you. Lori Sudwick, are you there yet? Ashley Rex. I know Jesse's at parent conferences. Okay, take a break, and I hope you had enjoyed seeing all that different kind of literature that didn't win an award, but boy, some wonderful stuff. Charlotte, are you back yet?
Yes, I'm just eating my dinner.
Oh, Charlotte, we don't have any Friday classes. They're all Wednesdays. What do you mean?
It said in the thing that it's on December 3rd. Isn't that a Friday?
No, December 1st. Doesn't it say December 1st?
No, it says December 3rd.
Where does it say that? Tell me, please.
It's on the calendar, and I was just looking at it 2 seconds ago on the, I think it's in the modules too. If you scroll down to the bottom. Let me go look.
Yeah, because on the top of my agenda right here, it says we meet December 1st and the 8th. It's always Wednesday. So find out where it says that, because maybe I made a mistake. We never meet Fridays. Let me go down to the bottom and see does it say someplace the 3rd? It shouldn't say the 3rd. Thank you for catching that if we made a mistake. I don't want anybody to be mistaken. So let me see where you found the 3rd, because it's the 1st and the 8th we meet.
Hey, Louise, it's Stacy. I just wanted to let you know I was here.
Thank you, Stacy. I'll mark you here. We've been going over new books is what we've been going over.
Thank you.
Hey, Louise, this is
I don't see where
Lori.
you see it, Charlotte. Okay, go ahead. Somebody else, go ahead.
Sorry, Louise. This is Lori Sedweeks, and I just got here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
What we've been doing is going over some books that I really, really liked that didn't win anything. So if you're really interested in them, you can always watch the video and see all the different books that didn't win anything. Charlotte, I can't find where you saw that.
Louise, I found it. It's under assignments. This is Laura.
It's under assignments.
If you look under assignments, it's under there.
Let me look under assignments.
Okay.
Thank you.
For some reason on my modules, it won't let me go past
Yeah,
class
it
4
does.
now.
I see that. I see what you mean now. No, thank you for catching that, Charlotte.
And I think
Thank
December
you.
10th is a Friday too.
Yes, we meet the 1st and the 8th. Let me change that right now. Thank you. I didn't see that, and I'm very glad you caught that, because I didn't see that. December 1st is that one, and December 8th. I'm so glad you helped me. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. December 8th. Okay. We never meet on Friday, Charlotte. We're always Wednesday. We have 2 more classes to go. We miss next week for Valentine's. I'm getting ahead of myself, for Thanksgiving. And then we meet the 1st and the 8th.
Thank you.
Thank you for catching that. I hadn't even noticed that. Thank you. Okay, Jesse, are you there yet? You still parent conferences? And Ashley Rex, are you there? Ashley Rex? And Jesse, the only 2 we're missing right now then. Any other comments, questions, anything I can help anybody with while we have our break? You have 5 more minutes on your break.
Hey, Luis, my computer kicked me out because my kids ran the microwave. I don't know why it does that, but it's so weird. So what are we doing right now?
We still have 3 more minutes on our break, Brindy.
Oh, good. That's the perfect time then.
So bring me some popcorn from the microwave.
Well, seriously, every time my microwave gets used, my internet stops. It's so weird.
Want to
Same
hear a funny
frequency, I
story,
guess.
Brindy?
Yes, I do.
Story? You see how curly my hair is? Can you see how curly my hair is tonight? Can you
Yes.
tell how curly it is? Well, I was out in the field, and this big old bull decided he was going to push me, and he gave me a push. I went in the pond.
Oh, no.
That's why it's so kinky curly. I fell in the pond.
That's horrible. I'm sorry.
It's funny now. It wasn't funny then.
Right. That's how it always is.
Did you get to see the books we were sharing before you clicked on? Did you get to see any of the books I brought?
Yeah, I was there for all of them. I just didn't want to interrupt you. So we're good.
Don't write them all down. You can't afford them all. And I don't.
I know. I've got my cart's pretty big on eBay, but I'm not going to buy them all.
No, they're good. They're good books, though, aren't they?
Yes, for sure.
Okay, yeah, about 2 more minutes, and we'll get started again. Okay, I hope you enjoyed seeing some of those books. I loved them when they were sent to me to be reviewed. So I hope they were of interest to you. Let's go to Canvas a minute, please, and go to the modulars, and let's look at some of the handouts before we look at the book. Okay, I am on Canvas. Anybody having trouble finding where I'm at? I'm looking at class 4 for tonight. The handouts. Anybody having trouble finding it, speak up, please, so I can wait for you. So many of you have asked for activities. You say, I know a lot about literature, or I have a lot of literature, or my school library has a lot of literature, but I need activities. So that's why I tried to, on every one of the agendas, the Canvas agendas, I've tried to put handouts for you of activities. I also put one right here called, number 1 is called Activities for All Books. Let's look at that just 1 second so you'll be aware of it. Activities for all books. This is what it looks like. It gives you some ideas of how to do things with a book. Lots of ideas. I think there's 50 ideas. There's 40 ideas. And then the next one is called All Books, Ideas for Discussion. So that's the first handout. I want you to be aware of that one. The second handout is 50 ways to respond to a book. That will give you some ideas on ways of different ages, how to respond to a book. The next handout is literature circles. What do you already know about literature circles, and what new uses can you have about literature circles, and what do you need to know more? Do you ever try literature circles? And so I put some information here about literature circles. They're fun to discuss things. Here's an article right here called Literature Circles. What are they? They involve children, expands and critiques their understanding, especially the books I showed you tonight, because they had picture books, or it was about the farm, or it was about people around the world, things that they could start a discussion on. So this tells you how to do a literature circle if you've never done one, how to participate with them, and how to help them. I try to make it very simple, so how to start a literature circle. The role of the teacher. The teacher is not the sage on the stage. The teacher is the guide on the side in a literature circle. You're just one of the members, and you get the meeting started and keep the conversation going, but you support the children talking about what they're doing. And so you're just one of the group to help in the literature circle. So I just put that there to help you. The next one is how to do literature circles. If you've never done it, it's the same article, but SUU thinks we need it twice. I'm not quite sure why, but it's there twice. And then the next one I put is focus questions. So if you have children in the intermediate level, then here's some more advanced questions than the younger children, how to do some reading strategies and some comprehension with strategies and focus questions for discussions. Is the student prepared? Do they use the text and some ideas to help you do a literature circle? They're very powerful, very powerful. If you've never done readers theater is fun, and it really helps with retention, plus they get to do things, gives you an explanation what readers theater is, and I'm sure you probably already know. But here's a simple script. You could use any book and do readers theater, so that's another idea to use it in the classroom. You can even use it to teach geography. It says there's a natural link between geography and literature, and to give you some ideas on that one. And then if you are reading fiction, here's some ideas on what they should be doing when on the retelling. What's the introduction? What's the setting, the characters, the plot, the theme for fiction and for nonfiction? So there's a kind of little rubric for you that you can do in your classes with your students. They hope that you will someday create a community of poetry enthusiasts. I know as we read our chapters that you have the different editions of the book. So some of you may have read about poetry last week, and some of you might be reading poetry this week. The books are the same, they've just put them in different places in our textbook. But this is just some ideas on how to encourage people to use and like poetry better. So I'll give you lots of ideas. 10 ways to ignite love of poetry in the classroom. Meet the poets. People will come to your classroom and talk about it. Prioritize the days of the week. Today's Funny Monday. Today is Silly Tuesday or something. So there's some ideas here and some questions. Surprising Wednesday, Silly Thursday. This didn't happen Friday. So that's another handout on how to use poetry in your classroom. But it's so important. This comes from the International Library Association. Give them choices. Too long, they say we have just been assigning, and that maybe it wasn't of interest to them. So this talks about summer reading, but give them a choice, and then they'll be more into your reading. This lady wants to defend fiction. She said, people say we always have to read nonfiction. Here's a cute article called In Defense of Fiction, Why You Should Use Fiction in Your Classroom, coming from the ILA, International Literacy Association. This is the lady that won for children's literature. She's a teacher, just like you are. She won in 2015, the Arbuthnot Award winner, and what she does to inspire her children through literature. So she's fun to read about what she does. The next one is called Resources for Teachers, and I put a whole list of things. Carol Hurd, lots of places that you can go to. What's so nice now is that you don't have to buy all these books, Brindy. You can type them in, and sometimes there's a podcast there, or there's a video, or they're already on the internet. You don't have to buy all these. I just want you to be aware of them so that you will use them. So that's the next one I put. Then I put some literary art responsibilities. Here's some more things to do: an ABC book, an accordion book, a character web, a cube, a diorama, a flannel book story. Some more ideas to do with literature. And here's some more. I've looked through all my stuff to find up strategies. I think I like the way they have their theory right here. These strategies are to be used carefully. They are supportive in nature and not viewed as a punishment for reading a book. So many children say, I don't want to read a book. I have to do a book report. I don't want to do a book report. I don't know how to do a book report. Use strategies to expand their thinking and open up a wide range of responses. And it gives you lots of ideas here of how to make it so that the book report is not the big thing. Nobody wants to read just because I have to do a book report. The next one is called The Art of the Unspoken Word. This is in defense of the picture book. Some people do not use picture book past first, second grade. A few words on wordless picture books, and how important they were. I showed you all those ones tonight about the alphabet and about the scenery and winter's coming. There weren't a lot of words in them, but you could really talk about them. So I put another article there coming from the International Literacy Association. This one's called The Spirit of Children's Literature, and they interviewed these children. Their teacher loved books. That's why they loved books. That was the whole excellent. They interviewed the whole class. How a teacher's love of children's books affected the whole classroom. So you are the big influence. Remember the poem that we read last week. I'm going to read it one more time because I think it's so beautiful. I don't know if you had time, but it was on last week's agenda, and it's called Molders of the Future. Most folks well worth a memory have statues still in stone, but teachers mold their monuments in living flesh and bone. The student who goes out in life and makes a famous name admits into the heart of it, teachers share the flame. I never heard a pianist with talent true and rare, but in the shadows I can see a teacher standing there. No skillful doctor ever saved the lives of humankind without the seeds some teacher stored within that fertile mind. all lawyers, dentists, engineers, all who are beloved by men, remember what some teachers taught and quoted now and then. No actor, writer, carpenter, no boxer you'll allow pursues a chosen field unless some teacher showed him how. Yes, teachers mold their monuments. They build them year by year, not like the ancient pyramids, so awesome and austere, which time in time will wear away by spurning solemn stone. But teachers mold eternally in living flesh and bone. I think that's a beautiful poem, and you should read it to the children so they realize that you are an important part of their life. So, any comments or questions on that one? I just want you to be aware of what the handouts were so that when you have time, you can go back and use the ones that apply to you. Okay, let's look at our book now for just a few minutes. We're not going to spend a lot of time on it. I'd rather hear you give your reports on the books you found. But in the 6th edition or the 7th edition, chapter 8 is poetry. I know that's not in all of your books. Think about why you like or dislike poetry. That's big. That's what this chapter really stresses. If you've already got set in your mind that you dislike poetry, it's going to be put on to the kids too. They're going to say, I don't like it either. But do you like or dislike poetry? It talks about what poetry phobia is. So if anybody dares to, go ahead and speak up. Is there anybody out there that never uses poetry, that doesn't like poetry?
This is Nicole. Oh,
go ahead,
sorry.
Charlotte.
Oh, I just said I avoid it.
You avoid it. Why? Tell me why, please.
I guess the subjective interpretations, it all overwhelms me, and I don't know. I just don't like it.
Did you hate it in school too?
I didn't really like it, no.
So the influence of a teacher or your classmates, what do you think caused that?
I think it's because I like to be able to have right answers. And with poetry, I don't feel like I can have a right answer because it's so subjective, and that intimidates me.
That's interesting. Who else is speaking up? I heard somebody else speak up.
This is Nicole. I wouldn't say I hate poetry. Poetry is just not my strong suit. It never really made sense to me in school. Like, I would read it and I just wouldn't understand, so, and this is more like the more complex poems, of course. So as an English teacher, that's where I really struggle, like trying to make poetry, have the students make a connection with it. And I rely heavily on the old textbook we have access to. Actually, the new textbook we have in my school doesn't really have a lot of poetry. It's really interesting. So that's something that every year I'm trying to be just a little bit better with poetry, because it just is not something that I naturally gravitate towards, and it's something that I just personally just struggle with not only reading it but also teaching it. So that's kind of how I feel about poetry. I think it can be really, really beneficial, but I'm just like, I don't even know where to start. So
yeah, thank you. Anybody else want to speak up?
This is Laura.
Go ahead, Laura.
I used to have a really hard time with poetry, and I didn't like teaching it because I didn't like reading it out loud. And when I started like searching for it already read out loud online so I could listen to somebody else read it first, and that made it easier for me. And also, we use a basal system, so I didn't really like the poetry in the basal, so I always tried to supplement with something that I like, that I enjoy, so that the kids can see my enthusiasm about it.
Thank you. Yeah. Anyone else?
So I like teaching poetry. I like it because it makes kids like think on a different level. and they learn that there's not always a right and wrong answer. Like, be creative and learn from it. And then I think it helps them really infer. Like, inferencing is huge with poetry, so it helps me, like, okay, what can we infer from this? And sometimes it's different perspectives. So I don't know. I think it's fun to teach.
Thank you, Brindy. Anyone else? Our book does a good job of just explaining simply what it is. There are different forms. There's a narrative, the lyric, a limerick, the haiku, concrete, and free verse. And then it tells you here that formula poems follow a scaffold, a skeleton, for like I wish poems. Children, I watched the second grade class do I wish poems. Didn't have to rhyme. I wish I had a new dress. I wish it was red. I wish it was blue. I wish it was new. So all you have to do is I wish. That gives them a start, and it's very simple. A color poem. Here, I asked the little first grader, he was working on color poems. His teacher said something about, can you write a color poem? And this is what he wrote me. Red are the roses, brown are the trees, green is the grass, blue is the sea. But poem doesn't always have to rhyme, but the little first grader just using colors. Red is the roses, brown is the trees, green is the grass, blue is the sea. So and then you can use the 5 senses, or if I were a king, I would, and they don't have to rhyme. So our book is very good at giving you some ideas on formula poems. Then there's the free form, and it gives you some ideas there and poems for 2 voices. There's also syllable ones like haiku, senequins. I put a handout last week so you could use that one if you wanted to. Rhymes, model poems, apology poems. They're fun. Invitations. If I'm going to change the world, they don't have to be deep topics or hard to understand. If I were going to change the world, that's all they have to do is write about it. I went into another class and I found a boy, a big basketball player, and I said, do you like poetry? And he said, I hate poetry. And I said, would you write me a poem about it? I'd be glad to, he said. I thought, you hate it, but yet you'd be glad to write it. And this is what he wrote me sitting there at the table when he said he hates poetry. My extreme distaste for poetry. Poetry is a headache. Poetry is a migraine. Poetry, I can barely stay awake. Poetry confuses my brain. Poetry fills my head with wonder. Poetry is my biggest enemy. Poetry makes my head rumble like thunder. Poetry and I never agree. Poetry is like a punch from Rocky. Poetry makes mincemeat out of me. Poetry is like playing no-pad hockey. Poetry makes me say, stop, please. Poetry makes my head feel foggy. Poetry makes me an ice-cold heater. Poetry turns my bright day soggy. Poetry is as worthless as a Walmart greeter. Poetry is a wolf in sheepskin clothing. Poetry makes me rip out my hair. Poetry fills my heart with loathing. Poetry is like getting mauled by a bear. Poetry is as helpful as a waterless bay. Poetry has every teacher's support. Poetry, I say, you will pay. Poetry is the villain I want to thwart. Poetry tries to get my attention. Poetry holds every curriculum in a firm grip. Poetry and I have a palpable tension. Poetry makes me want to abandon ship. Poetry is as graceful as a glider. Poetry is an infestation. Poetry, I'd rather eat a spider. Poetry is something we need to ration. That's what he wrote to me in 5 minutes because he hates poetry so much. He is a born poet. He doesn't even know it. It was beautiful. So sometimes they say they hate it, and sometimes they don't know. Tell me who likes poetry out there now and who uses it a lot. Anybody want to speak up and tell me?
Louise, I think maybe it's the way we present it and that makes kids not like it. And I don't know if I have answers, but sometimes in my junior, the little tiny 1 and 2 stanza poems that are just fun, just to introduce kids, to a limerick or to just a fun little thing, even if it just relates to the rain outside the window, just to throw it out there and give them a fun little taste without requirements.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Bonnie. Thank you, Bonnie. Anyone else want to share? I challenge you to use poetry this year. Attempt it. If you've never used it before, try doing it. I talked to a teacher today who's taught 41 years. And this is the poem she wrote to me today. I opened a book, and in I strode, and nobody can find me. I've left my chair, my house, my road, my town, and my world behind me. I'm wearing a cloak, I have a ring. I swallowed the magic potion. I fought with a dragon and dined with a king. I dived into a bottomless ocean. I opened a book and made some friends. I shared their tears and laughter and followed the road with all its bends. To happily ever after, I finished my book and out I came. The cloak no longer hides me. My chair, my house are just the same, but I have a book inside me. She said, I'm going to do poetry. She said, all my years of teaching, I never used poetry. So I challenge you within your career to at least give it a try. Okay, let's have the people that are sharing tonight then. Let's go down here and find the chapters we're reading tonight are about fantasy. And I think they do a really good job of just briefly explaining. Chapter 9 is about traditional fantasy, and 8's poetry in my edition. Of course, your books may be a little different, but they will be there in there somewhere. It talks about the value of fantasy. If you don't use fantasy sometimes, it's a good thing in your classrooms to use fantasy. Modern fantasy and truth in fantasy. So there's a lot here on the canvas for you to read when you have the time and see about if you use fantasy and if you use poetry in your classes. So let's start with, we have quite a few people tonight, so let's not take too long. I thought about 5 to 7 minutes, something like that, so that if you can, a little bit longer if you need to, but let's go with 2001. Kayleen, would you like to be first, please?
Sure.
Okay, we're ready to listen to you. Thank you.
Well, let's see. Can you see me?
Yes, we can see you just fine.
Okay. So the Caldecott Medal winner for 2001 was So You Want to Be President, and it was illustrated by David Small. And he shares a lot of fun and interesting facts about all the presidents up through the year 2000. And the first edition, I understand there's a new one with some more information from current years. But David Small used a lot of fun illustrations that are kind of, he uses watercolors and ink and pastel chalk, and he kind of uses some political cartooning, but he shares about the good things about being president and how they live in a White House and how they have just about anything they want, from a swimming pool to a bowling alley or a movie theater. And then he shares interesting facts about all the different presidents, those that are short and those who are tall and those who are super big. This one is of William Taft, and that maybe the problem with having anything you want to eat means that you need a bigger bathtub and a crane to get you in it. Anyway, there's a lot of really fun and interesting facts in this book, and the illustrations are a lot of fun. I don't know if you can see them.
Yes, we can see them. Yeah, you're doing a good job.
Anyway, that was the Caldecott winner for that year. And then one of the honor books was Click Clack Moo, Cows That Type. And this is by Doreen Cronin, and the pictures are by Betsy Lewin. And these are some really also fun watercolors with big bold lines, black lines. But this story is about Farmer Brown, who has a bunch of cows who find an old typewriter, and he hears them doing click clack moo all day long. Click clack moo, click clack moo. And then one day he ends up with a note from the cows, and the cows are demanding electric blankets because it's cold in the barn. And he thinks that's ridiculous and says, no way. And then they write him another note and said, well, then we're not going to give you any milk. And so he continues to refuse to give them their electric blankets. So he starts hearing them typing again, click, clack, moo, clickety, clack, moo. And they end up asking for electric blankets for the hens as well, because they're cold. And he's thinking, this is ridiculous. You should not be asking for electric blankets. Give me the milk and the eggs. That's your job. Anyway, eventually they've gone on strike, and he sends a note back with Duck. And Duck is kind of a neutral character, and he sends a note back and says, if you'll give me the typewriter, I'll give you the electric blankets. And they decide that's a good deal. But then pretty soon, Duck ends up using the typewriter, and he gets a note from the pond, and the ducks there saying they need a diving board. So it's a really cute book. You could use the click clack moo to teach onomatopoeia if you wanted to.
That's a cute one.
The other Caldecott honor book is Olivia, and this is written by Ian Faulkner, and he writes about a very inquisitive and creative piglet who is very good at wearing people out. And she has lots of big dreams. And in this book, he uses a lot of white space. His illustrations, there's a lot of white space, and then black drawings with charcoal for shading, and lots of red spots, brilliant red. And it just shows a lot of the interesting things that she does throughout her day, getting ready and dressing up and going to the beach and supposedly taking a nap, but maybe not really. Anyway, this is a cute book. Talks about being her creativity and her imagination. For the Newbery Award, the winner is A Year Down Yonder, and this is written by Richard Peck, and this is a sequel to his previous book, A Long Way to from Chicago. And in this book, there's a young lady who lives in Chicago, and she is sent to live with her grandma in a small rural community. And her adventures there, she's a little nervous about going there and being in a small town. She doesn't know her grandmother very well and is a little surprised at her scheming when some of the girls in that town start to be mean to her. She comes up with some schemes and things to get back at them for the way they're treating her. And she comes to love her grandma. She gets to spend a year there with her. So that was the Newbery Award winner. Because of Winn-Dixie is an honor book, and that's the story of Opal, who finds a stray dog at the local grocery store, and so she names it after the grocery store, Winn-Dixie. And this dog has a way of making new friends with just about everybody. And so she's moved to this new town in Florida, and the dog helps her to make new friends. And she lives with her father, who is a preacher, and she doesn't know much about her mother, but her father's very sad because she's gone. And she learns some things about her mother, and her friends help her to learn more about friendship and family. So that's a cute one. I enjoyed reading that one.
Kayleen, was that one made into a movie?
Yes, that one was made into a movie.
Yeah, thank you.
Uh-huh. And this one is called Hope Was Here. And this is by Joan Bauer. And she writes about a teenage girl who was adopted by her aunt. And her aunt is a chef in a diner. And they end up leaving New York City to go to, I believe it's Wisconsin, and run a diner there for a gentleman who has been diagnosed with cancer. And it's about her experiences there. She learns a lot, some life lessons about people in general, politics, corruption in politics. She has her first love, and anyway, it's a cute book. Then you already mentioned Joey Palooza, or Pigza loses control, about the boy who has ADHD, and he spends the summer with his dad, and his dad has him throw away his ADD medication, and that ends up not going so well. And the last one I have is The Wanderer by Sharon Creech. And that's about a girl who decides to go on a voyage with her 2 cousins and 3 uncles. And they sail to England to see her grandfather. And she tells stories to her cousins about her grandfather, and they don't think that any of her stories are real. But they find out after they get there that they were. And it talks about her fear of going on a boat and being hit by a wave, which does happen. And it talks about how they get through that and how they become closer and appreciate each other more because of it. Anyway, I haven't read that one, but it sounds like it might be good. And those are all the books I had.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions for Kaylin? All of those are good stories. I haven't read that last one either, but I read the other 2, and they're wonderful. Thank you, Kaylin. Brindy, would you like to do 2002?
Yes. So I only have like 2 books to show because I went to the library, and they were supposed to give me copies from other libraries, and they never did. So I didn't order them thinking they would. So that's okay. I can tell about the other ones. Just have the story. So the first Caldecott winner for 2002 is The Three Pigs. This one I didn't like as much as ones I've read, but it is interesting. It's The Three Pigs, and it just goes through the story of the 3 pigs and the wolf coming to eat them and building their house. And then they decide that they're going to take care of this, and they start folding the pages and getting away from the wolf and going into different stories, different story rhymes, and different things where they're flying on the papers. They make it into a paper airplane, and you just kind of go through all the different pages, which is fun. It was fun for my kids. And then they get to this point where they go into the rhymes, like hey diddle diddle, and then high on the hill. So different stories they're going into, so it exposes them into different nursery rhymes and things like that they go into. And it ends with the wolf. Then I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house in. and then out comes a dragon. And the wolf's not going to mess with the dragon. And so the pigs are protected because the dragon came to live with them from one of the stories. Okay, it was cute. And I liked it. It was okay. The honors books, which this is one I have in my cart and I want to order. It's the Dinosaurs of Waterhouse Hawkins. And I feel like with this one, I could use it as a lesson for informational text with even my 8th graders. And they could really understand how the first life-size dinosaur model came about. It was through science. And this book explains it all and captures how that all came about. So that was a very interesting book. Another honor Caldecott was Martin's Big Words, and it's the life of Dr. Martin Luther King. So it explains what he went through, how he didn't fight with his arms, he fought with his words for justice, and that was a really good one. I have read that one to my students before. The last honor Caldecott was The Stray Dog, and it's just a heartwarming tale of a stray dog with simplicity and grace. When a dog appears at a family picnic, the girl and boy play with him all afternoon, and they name him Willie. And at the end of the day, they say goodbye, but the dog has won their hearts and stays in their mind, and they go and find him, and they want that dog to be part of their family. So those are the Caldecott winners, honors and winner. And then this is the Newbery winner for 2002. It's called A Single Shard. And I've started reading this. It's an interesting book. It takes place in the 12th century Korea. And it tells of a 4-year-old orphan boy. His name is Tree Ears. And he survives on whatever other food he can get, any discard or rubbish food that he can find. And then he runs into this person that makes pottery. And basically, the end of the story, he learns how to make this pottery just by watching and observing a person making pottery. So it's interesting so far. It's got a lot of kind of written in Old English, is maybe what I would say. So it might be a little bit harder for some of the kids, but it's a good story. Then there was the honors. It's Everything on a Waffle. And it's a story of an 11-year-old girl whose parents were lost at sea. And everyone says that they died, and she says they haven't. And so she goes and finds there's a restaurant, local restaurant, and she becomes friends with one of the people there, becomes her caregiver. And the restaurant, it's like their main thing is, and they put everything on it, like lasagna, fish, whatever on waffles. And so she finds a friend there, the owner, Kate, and learns how to cook. She writes this cookbook. And then it's just the story of how that all goes about. I haven't read that one yet, but it does look interesting. It looks like something that maybe my students would enjoy. And then finally, the last honor is Carver, A Life in Poems. And I think I'm going to use this one. It is in my eBay account because it has a ton of different poems. So you could do poetry with it and also talk about oppression, the slavery, everything like that in one unit. But it's a poem book, and it's about Carver was an American inventor and educator. He was born as a slave in Diamond, Missouri in 1864. And he lived with many struggles. He was raised by a white couple who owned his mother. And then it just goes through all the poems that he had written. It's a really cool book, I think. I'm excited to actually get that one. And then that's all the Caldecott winners. And do I share some of my other books, or do I wait till the end?
Whatever you'd like to right now, if you want to.
Okay. Well, the only one that I wanted to share, just one more, was it's not really like for, well, I mean, it can be for the kids. I don't know if you guys attended the conference on Saturday for Stand Up for Teachers or Show Up for Teachers. But I started this book, and it's Permission to Fill. It's a great book. Like with all of our social emotional learning, it's definitely a book that I would recommend to anyone. Start reading to understand ourselves as teachers, but also to connect better with our students on an emotional level and to understand why we're feeling and to allow our students to feel and allow us to feel. So yeah, that would be my recommendation.
Thank you. Thank you. That was very interesting. I have never seen that book. I'll be looking for it. Any questions for Brindy? Cheyenne, would you like to be next?
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna talk about the Caldecott winners first. I unfortunately don't have any of the books, so I apologize.
That's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
But the Caldecott winner for 2003 was My Friend Rabbit. And it was written and illustrated by Eric Roman, I think is how you say his last name. And it's about this rabbit who wants to play with his friend Mouse's toy airplane, and he gets it stuck in a tree. And so he's trying to get it out of the tree, and he ends up getting all these other animals and trying to get it out of the tree. And the pictures are just really, really cute. I don't know what medium he used, and I wish I had the book so I could show you, but just lots of color. And you can just see like the pictures kind of help you see the character of Rabbit, kind of understand who he is. And then one of the honor books was The Spider and the Fly. And if you haven't seen this book, the illustrations are amazing. It's kind of like an old silent film is what the illustrations look like. And it's the story of a spider who's trying to convince a fly to come into his house, basically. And the fly keeps telling him, no, I know what you do when people come into your kitchen. I know what you do when you bring them upstairs. And in the end, he convinces the fly to come inside by complimenting her. And then, of course, ends up trapping her. So if you haven't read that one either, I really enjoyed that book. And the illustrations are phenomenal. And then the Newbery winner is one I hadn't ever heard of. It's called Crispin, The Cross of Lead by Abby, I think is how you say that. And it takes place in 14th century England. And there is a boy whose parents die. And so he's orphaned and he's accused of murder. And since I haven't read this one, I don't know if he's accused of his parents' murder or another murder. I kind of just assumed it was his parents. So he flees his village and he becomes friends with this juggler. And so together they're kind of trying to solve the mystery of what happened. And they're also at the same time kind of trying to fight feudalism. And then one of the honor books, this one is one that I've read. I haven't read it in years. I think I was in upper elementary school, but it's called Pictures of Hollis Woods by Patricia Riley Giff. And it kind of tugs at your heartstrings. This is about a little girl who's in foster care. Well, she's 12, so I don't know if she's little, but, and she was with a foster family that she loved. And then there were some things that happened and she ended up running away. And so she gets placed with this retired art teacher who she ends up feeling like she has to take care of. And I can't think of the term. But anyway, the agency that placed her, they want to take her away from this older lady because she stopped going to school. And so the story is just kind of her trying to figure out how to solve this problem when she feels like she has to take care of this older lady and the agency won't let her stay. And then another one is Surviving the Applewhites. And I read this one as well and I loved it. So this one is about a teenager who's kind of rough around the edges. He has been kicked out of his school for burning it down. And he gets placed in this kind of homeschool program. It's like, they call it the Creativity Academy, I think. And so it's kind of the story of him trying to figure out where he fits with this family that's all kind of eccentric. They're very artistic, and just kind of finding himself and his talents within that. So those are kind of the ones that stood out to me.
Thank you. I think it's amazing you remember them from when you were younger. Yep.
They were impressionable.
Yep. Jesse, are you there yet? Jesse might still be at parent-teacher conference. He said he'd get here as soon as he can. Ashley, would you like to do next?
Yeah. So I had the year 2005. This was the Newbery Award. It's called Kira Kira. And I actually read this when it first came out. And it's about a little 11-year-old girl who is Japanese, and they live in like a Japanese community, and then they move to the South. So it's about like how she deals with people treating her differently and how things are so different. And then it talks, and then her sister gets sick and how she deals with that. But I read it in elementary school. I think I was in 4th grade or something. And I remember thinking like, I could never deal with that at that age. Like, it really opened my eyes. I remember like getting a new perspective. So definitely like 4th through 6th grade. It's kind of a sad story, but it's really well written. That was the winner for that. For the Caldecott, I bet some of you have read this. Kitten's Full Moon. It's a really cute story. It's all black and white. And it's about a little cat that sees his first full moon and he thinks it's a bowl of milk. So it's like his little journey on how he's going to try to get the bowl of milk. And obviously he can't get it, but it's like a cute, fun story. I read this actually when I taught kindergarten, and they thought it was so funny. So that was the winner for the Caldecott. The red book, and it actually doesn't even have any words, like not even a title. And it's the story of a snowy day, and this little kid finds a book, and he finds a map and a little boy, and it kind of just shows, it's a fun story to read, to show pictures and to get a new perspective. And this was one of my favorite books. It's called Coming on Home Soon, and it has such great illustrations. This is about a girl, I don't know what year. This is about like a little girl, and her mom goes to work on the railroads because they finally will hire colored women, and so she has to go up to Chicago because she can't get a job anywhere else. And it's about like a year without her mom, and she lives with her grandma and the story. But it won the honor for the illustrations, but I think it's a great book. The rating's really great. So those are my books that I have.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions for Ashley? Marcia, would you like to be next?
Yes. Okay, so the first Caldecott winner I wanted to look at, the Hello Goodbye window. And I just want to say I was trying to just look at these books online, and so I found an audio version, and I listened to it, and I was like, what? That didn't make any sense. I was not interested. But then I got the book, saw the pictures. They're very colorful. I don't know what medium they're in. And then it's adorable. Like, so without the pictures, it's not that great, but pictures make the book. So this child, it goes to his, I don't know, goes to their grandparents' house, and why his parents are at work, and the window is like the front window of their house, and all the things that they see go by. They play games through the window. They say hello, goodbye as they come and go through the window. And so it's pretty heartwarming. Reminds you of your childhood. I think a lot of kids could connect to it. One of the honors, this book was hilarious. It's called Hot Air. And it's a mostly true story of the first hot air balloon ride. And it's from the animal's perspective. Very colorful, great pictures. Half of the book is just wordless. And then, so it's kind of fun to make your imagination of what the animals are thinking about. And then at the end of the book, it says, this could mostly be true, but I heard it all from the duck. So from the perspective of the animals. The next one that's an honor, Zen Shorts. Some children live by a panda. The panda becomes their friends. And at different play dates and outings, the panda tells them stories. And I just want to read what Zen Shorts are, what that really means from the author's point of view. Zen Shorts are short meditations, ideas to puzzle over, tools which hone our ability to act with intuition. They have no goal, but they often challenge us to re-examine our habits, desires, concepts, and fears. And then I have two Newbery honors. The first one is called Whittington. Whittington is actually the cat. And it's a boy who's a little bit older who learns how to read, and that improves his life. Other than that, I haven't read it. I don't know much more about it. And the other one I picked up was Princess Academy. I decided to start reading this to see what it was about, caught my interest. I'm probably got about the first 4 chapters done. So far, this girl, the main character, she's got a sister. She's forced to leave her family to learn to become a princess. And a princess will be chosen from this small town that the girls are from. But first they have to learn how to be a princess, and then the prince will come and choose one of the girls. So we'll see how it ends.
Thank you, Marcia. Thank you. I like that book. I like that one a lot. Takes a while to get into it, and then, yeah. Any comments or questions from Marcia? Teresa, would you like to be next?
Yep. So this is Flotsam. It's a Caldecott winner. It's a story told all in pictures. It's about a boy who finds an old underwater camera on a beach. He develops the film and makes magical discoveries. So here's one of the illustrations. And then here's one with turtle. So they're really cool pictures. And then I've got Gone Wild, and I didn't really like this one. It's basically these letters here. He draws these are supposed to represent endangered animals, and they talk a little bit about them, but I didn't think it was that awesome.
I agree with you.
The next one was Moses, when Harriet Tubman led her people to freedom. Here's one of the illustrations. And it's the story of Harriet Tubman. There's a lot of her talking to God and praying to God and God's responses. It demonstrates faith in a higher power and guidance from a higher power. So I liked it. I don't know if you could use it as, I don't think it'd be a good read aloud, but maybe something for kids to look at in your book area. It's kind of long and wordy. All right, this was a Newbery winner, Penny from Heaven. This is about an 11-year-old girl who is surrounded by family secrets. Her father died. Nobody will tell her the reason for her father's death. Her mother, she lives with her mother and her mother's parents, but they don't really get together with her father's family. So there's a little bit of a mystery in this book. And then this is Hattie Big Sky. This one sounds kind of interesting. World War I, 16-year-old orphan travels to Montana to homestead a land that her uncle left her. So that sounds kind of like it might be a good book. And that one, this one's called Rules. This one's about feeling different and finding acceptance. A 12-year-old girl, Catherine, has a brother who has autism. She teaches him rules about life, but also struggles with being different because of her shocking behaviors. And I think I'm missing one, but I think that's probably good. Yeah. I don't know where my other book went.
If you find it, speak up.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay.
Oh, good.
It's called The Higher Power. Do I have a picture of it? Oh, here it is. Okay. The Higher Power. The Higher Power of Lucky. 10-year-old lives in a small rural town in the California desert. Her mother died years ago. Her father convinces an ex-wife from France to come take care of her. So I think that it talks a lot about her struggle with her mom's death and this lady who's coming to take care of her. So it could be interesting. And that's all of them. Yeah.
Thank you. Any comments for Teresa? Tammy, would you like to be next?
Yep, I'm ready. I had 2008. The first one I'm going to do is the Caldecott winner, and this is the first time a novel, actually a thick book like this, won the Caldecott winner. It's called The Invention of Hugo Cabaret. It's highly illustrated, and I don't know if you can see this, but it is mostly pictures as you walk through it. And beautiful pencil drawings. And okay, it is about a orphan boy named Hugo who, after the death of his uncle, lives by himself in the walls of the Paris train station, repairing the clocks. There are mysteries in Hugo's life, which are surrounded by the death of his father and the damaged ottoman that Hugo and his father have tried to both repair. The mysteries become intertwined with the fate of a silent film director who owns the toy shop at the train station. And it's just like a combination of a novel, a picture book, a graphic novel, and a movie, like all in one. Loved it. Read it and had to borrow it because I don't own it. The next one is this one is the Newbery winner. It's called Good Master, Sweet Ladies, Voices from a Medieval Village. It's by Laura Amy Schultz. It is set in 13th century England. It springs to life using 21 dramatic individual narratives that introduce young inhabitants to the village of the manor. And I showed this to my daughter and she's like, Mom, it's all written in poetic form, like an epic. And I was like, oh, is that what that's called? Anyway, it's just very fun, interesting book. And
your daughter has a good teacher somewhere, huh?
Right? The next one is the Newbery Honor book called Graveyard Book by Neil, I think it's Gaiman. Brought up by the resident ghosts and ghouls and specters, Bode has an eccentric childhood learning about life from the dead. But for Bode, there's also the danger of the murderer still looking for him. After all, he's the last remaining member of his family. I would recommend this book for like 5th and 6th graders. And
that's one I didn't care for. I never got into that one. Yeah. It was too deep, too dark.
Right. The next one is not Newbery or Caldecott, but it's kind of trending right now. It came out in 2008, Mysterious Benedict Society #2, the second book, called The Perilous Journey. Disney Plus did the first book in an episode fashion. And so the adventure continues in book 2 of 4 as the Mysterious Benedict Society is up against a new mission. And so Rainey and Kate and Sticky and Constance are forced to go on an unexpected search to find Mr. Benedict. And I couldn't find this in the library because she's like, it's flying off the shelves. Can't keep those books on the shelves. And so I went downstairs and my daughter's like, yep, it's in my closet. There it is, Mom, you can borrow it.
That's good.
My daughter's going into English teaching. So she's like, yes, Mom, I love books. As far as 2008 picture books, some ones that I just really liked. David Shannon, Too Many Toys. When young Spencer has so many toys, his mom helps him clean out his room. And mom gets really frustrated. And I'm not going to tell you how it ends, but it's a fun little book about cleaning up too many toys. Another popular book that came out that year was The Pout Pout Fish. This made me laugh right out loud. I'm like, the fish pouts about everything. Everybody that meets him, it's just because I'm a pout pout fish. I just pout pout and just rhyme. It rhymes. It's cute, clever pictures. At the very end, he meets a fish that just turns his whole wide world upside down. And he decides he's not a pout pout fish anymore. He's a kiss fish, and he kisses everybody. Probably not a good one to read to your kindergartners that might go around kissing everybody.
They'll kiss everybody.
But a good one for grandkids. Other book that came out that year was the Ladybug series. And she is really afraid of things, but by the end of the book, she realized, but Ladybug girl can do it. And she gets courage, and she's courageous. And by the end of the book, she does things that she couldn't do at the beginning of the book. So just having courage and being brave and trying new things. So that's a fun series that started in 2008. And that's all that I have.
Thank you. Thank you. Fun books. Any questions for Tammy? Jesse, are you there yet? No Jesse yet. Okay, he's still at parent conferences. Lindsay, anything you wanted to share tonight? Lindsay, anything you want to share tonight? Maybe she can't hear me. Laura, anything you'd like to share tonight? Laura? Hello? I'm here. Anybody else? Lauren, anything you want to share tonight?
I'm here. I was trying to print out a picture of the one I wanted to share because I didn't.
Excuse me. Go ahead,
I
Laura.
didn't find the book. But the book is Coyote Steals the Blanket. I live on the border of the Ute Reservation out in the Uinta Basin. And Coyote Steals the Blanket is a folktale retold, a Ute folktale. And I can't remember who retold it, but I love reading it to my kids. I'm on my 4th copy because it tends to disappear. And so I started actually letting my students borrow it so they could take it, my Ute students take it home so they could read it to their parents. It's great use of onomatopoeia, a great introduction for 2nd grade. And it's probably, good for kindergarten through 3rd grade. I've used it. So, but it's a great fun book to read, folktale.
Thank you, Laura. Lindsay, did you hear us, Lindsay? No? Nicole, did you anything you want to share?
Not today.
Maria, anything you want to share tonight?
Not tonight.
We already asked Kaylin and Brindy, Cheyenne, Jesse, Ashley, Marcia, Teresa, Amy, anything you want to share tonight? Amy McIntosh?
Yes.
No?
Hold on one second.
Okay,
I'm just grabbing my book.
Hold on. Okay.
So the book I brought, let me turn this screen on. I'm a disaster. Okay, the book I brought home today was a poetry book. These are the only poetry I've ever used in my classroom. Is the Shel Silverstein's Falling Up. And there's just a couple of poems that I would read to my kids to get them thinking about different topics before they would start their writing workshop. So, yeah, that's all.
Everything by Silverstein is good. Yes, everything he writes.
And they're so quirky, and the kids I feel like can understand, young children can understand this type of poetry better than
they realize he's being silly. They get the point, don't they? Yeah, they do. Stacy, anything you want to share tonight?
I do. I meant to bring it home, but I was so busy running after that late team leader meeting that I forgot to grab it. So it's a chapter book. It's in a series. It's called Wild Robot. And my second graders love it. We kind of have a deal with our third grade at our school that second grade can we read Wild Robot, and then third grade will read Wild Robot Escapes. And what I like about it is it's a story about a robot that basically he's on like a cargo ship with a ton of other robots. They hit, I think, an island, and then when they fall off, it's kind of comes to life like I don't want to say he's alive, but he kind of is alive. He's like calculating, figuring out things, but he's just still a robot. And all the rest are all mutilated. And it talks about how he's on this island and the animals all think he's, going to hurt them. And he ends up befriending the animals, but goes through the whole story. He ends up getting off the island to save the animals. And that's where all the kids kind of freaked out because it legitimately like cuts it off. He leaves the island. What's going to happen to the animals? He befriends a little, was it a geese or a swan that falls out because he accidentally kills the nest. But what I loved about the story was at the end of every chapter, not only is it a cliffhanger, but he's a problem solver. So I kind of keep in the back of we're doing Reach for Reading in our district. So I have a journal and my kids have a little paper and we'll always put on there the Wild Robot. And we'll talk about what problem he has at the end of every chapter. And then we talk about how Roz, the robot, I guess she solves her problem at the end of each one. And then we'll talk about how they can solve their problems too. But it's kind of, like I said, it's kind of funny because at my school, several grades want to read it. And it was kind of like, no, we want to read it. No, we want to read it, because it was always so great to be able to go, how is he going to get out of it today? And they'd be like, please, can we read some more? And then we talk about how, they have their problems, like their pencil sharpened. Their pencil needs to be sharpened. Do they sit there and whine about it, or are we just going to sharpen that darn pencil?
Good for you. Wow, that's a good buy-in. Solve your own problem. I love it. Ashley Ricks, did you ever come? Ashley Ricks. Tony, anything you want to share tonight?
Not tonight, thank you.
Okay, Sarah, anything you want to share?
No, I haven't got anything tonight.
Charlotte, anything you want to share?
No, not tonight, thanks.
Suzanne, anything you want to share? Suzanne Sheridan? Suzanne? Maybe she's having trouble. Lori?
I don't have one for tonight.
Andy?
No, thank you.
Corinne?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay. Jesse, are you there yet, or is he still at parent conferences? Okay, let's take a 10-minute break. Come back. And
Oh, I have one I want to share. Can I share
Who
mine
did
real
I
quick?
miss? Somebody. Who did I miss? Go ahead, somebody.
I'll be quick because I know people want their break, but this is
that's
Lauren.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
So I have two books. This one's called Can I Be Your Dog? And it's, I would say first, second, kindergarten, maybe even third. But it's about this dog who wants to be, he writes a letter to every person, every home on Butternut Street. And he explains why he wants to be their dog. So it's like a family, a butcher shop, like a junkyard. And he lists reasons why he would be a good candidate to be their dog. And it's like written in letter form. So it's nice to teach the kids, like, this is how you write a letter. This is how you sign a letter. But nobody wants him to be their dog. And then at the end, it's like, has a cute ending. So the kids really like this one. And the other one, we're on a dog theme tonight. This one's called Bad Dog. This one I found at the book fair, and I was like, we'll give it a try. And I took it to my first grade kids, and they loved it. And this girl wants a dog so bad, and her parents buy her a cat. And she tries to make her cat do everything a dog would do, and her cat hates it. And she can't understand why her dog is not doing what it's supposed to. And the whole time the kids are like, it's because it's a cat. It's because it's a cat. And I use this one to talk. We use it for like opinion writing. We talk about whether they would have a dog or a cat and the reasons why. So they really like this one too. So just
Thank you.
ideas.
I called you at the first. I guess I just missed you. Did I miss
Oh,
anybody else?
my headphones have been cutting in and out, and I'm on those tonight, so I'm sorry.
Yeah. Anybody else? Okay, let's take a
Louise,
10-minute
I've
break
got
then.
one I'd like to share.
Okay,
Louise,
go ahead,
I've
please.
got one I'd like to share.
Go ahead.
So since we were talking about science fiction and fantasy tonight, this is one that I've really enjoyed. It's called The Alliance by Gerald Lund. My daughter read it when she was in 6th grade, and I thought it was maybe a little advanced for her, but another of my daughters read it when she was in 10th grade, and it was incredible with a lot of discussion. It's kind of post-apocalyptic, where they've kind of recreated a perfect society by using surgically implanted control devices that prevent people from having negative thoughts or anger thoughts. They'll get zapped if they do. And somebody comes in and disagrees with this, and it's just really good for looking at, not taking things at face value and assess things and look at how things are actually being done. And sometimes in our crazy world right now, we see some of these control factors going on in different places, and it helps to take a look at it. And do you have to just go along with, or can you actually think for yourself? So just a really good one for that. But like I would recommend for junior high or high school for this one.
Thank you. Thank you. I've never heard of that one. I'm going to get that one. Thank you. Did I miss anybody else? Okay, let's take our break then, please. See you in 10 minutes. You have 3 more minutes on your break. Okay, I won't keep you very much longer. When you read your chapters, whichever chapter is in your book, there's one there called Traditional Fantasy. Traditional fantasy means that they originated orally and there's no known author. And so we associate them with the collector or the character. So on the canvas, if you're going to use traditional fantasy on the agenda, it shows you how to look at the characters and the plots, the storyline, the settings, the repetition that's in them, and a lot of the stories of the traditional fantasy are such things like Cinderella. I wanted to show you just an example of some Cinderella books. Let me move my pile over here so I can get it where I want it to be. Cinderella is very popular all over the world. I just want to show you some examples now of Cinderella stories coming from our chapter 9. Here is a little book like this, and it's called The Chinese Cinderella. There's also the Disney Cinderella. When I was in Hungary, in their bookstore, I found this book about Cinderella. Of course, I can't read a word of it because it's in Hungarian, but it's a pop-up book. And so each character, each page pops up, and I can't read a word of it, but I thought it was interesting that I found that in Hungary. This one is called Ye Shen. This is a story of Cinderella written from the Chinese point of view. Here's one called Nea, the Inuit Cinderella. Here's one called Suitface, the Obuaji Cinderella story. This one's called The Persian Cinderella. I thought this one was very interesting. This is the Jewish story, Cinderella tale from the Jewish tradition. The way meat loves salt is what it's called, but that's the Jewish version of Cinderella. There's also one called Prince Cinders that I hadn't seen before. There's a book that we're all familiar with called Cinder Edna, which is a different story. She loses her shoe, which is, of course, a loafer here. I thought this one was very interesting. This is a Cinderella story from India, and it's called Anklet for Princess, for a princess. So she wore an anklet in that one. This is kind of a Halloween one. It's called The Cinderella of Halloween. It's called Cinder Hazel. This is by Charles Perrault, and he writes kind of spooky ones. And this is Cinderella in a very different way to tell it, illustrated by Koopmans. The pictures are just unusual, really unusual. So that's one. Then to be silly, here's one called The Cinderella Penguin, or The Little Glass Flipper. Instead of slipper, the little glass flipper. Here's a Cinderella story called Sumarella. This is an Hawaiian Cinderella. I like this one called Dominita, which is a Cinderella tale from the Mexican tradition. Ray says riddle is a different way to tell the Cinderella story. The rough-faced girl is a different way of telling Cinderella. Here's the Persian Cinderella. I thought this one was unusual. The Bigfoot Cinderella. This is the Philippine Cinderella. The Korean Cinderella. The True Story of Cinderella. And then this is one called 8 Cinderellas, and there's one in here from China, Egypt, Korea, Germany, Native American, African, and Russia. So there are 6 stories in that one. And then Jan Brett, of course, she's a beautiful artist. She called this one Cinders, a chicken Cinderella. So these are under the traditional fantasy section. And so I thought you'd like to see some of those. Let me show you just a few more books, and then we will close for the evening and let you go home, because I know you have long, long days. Let me move these out of the way. I just wanted to show you a few more Caldecots. This came out of a 2nd grade in New York. She wanted the children to write their own books. And she thought, now how can they write their own books in 2nd grade? And she thought, let's take something they know. We're trying to learn our colors. So we're going to write a book on the colors. So she chose the color green. And each page is a different shade of green. It was an honor book in 2013. There's forest green. Let me move that file over. And in this one, you see there's a little rabbit. And it's simply the colors in a forest, the forest green. Then if you turn the page, it's sea green. And there's a cutout in each one of these that it turns the page, and there's a cutout right here. You can put your fingers in and turn the page. So the rabbit's still in the picture, but there's sea green now. And now we have lime green. We have pea green. Here's the tiger now, and it says jungle green, and the cutouts are the tiger's eyes now, so it's jungle green. Then we have cock green, and there's a camelot hiding in there, and there's the pictures up in here. We have fern green, which is a light green. Wacky green, a zebra in green. A slow green, and here's a little tiny worm in the cutout, little tiny green worm. This is faded green. This is green out on a fence post or something, or a wall outdoors. A faded green. A glowing green, like at night you might see colors in the glowing of the bugs. A shaded green. Here's a little boy reading under here, and he's in the shade, so he's in the shaded green. An all green, everything's green. And so those children each wrote their book, Stop is Never Green. So each child did a color, and she published them. And this one of green won an award. They thought that was so unusual that these children could think of all these different ways that green could be. The Caldecott winner in 2000 was The Ugly Duckling, Hans Christian Andersen. Also, When Sophie Gets Angry, really, really angry, and it won 3 or 4 awards besides being an honor book because it just shows emotions. Sometimes we do get really, really angry, and what can we do about that? We talked about Casey the Bat. This is poor Casey's the whole town's waiting for him to hit the home run, and everybody is sick because he misses the strike, and he strikes out, and that was an honor book in 2001. It's an unusual one because it's just a newspaper. The illustrations are nothing but the newspaper. There's the people waiting in the town. They know they're going to win. They know Casey's going to do it, and it's a newspaper article about him losing at the bat. We saw the one about Olivia, and we saw So You Want to Be President. In 2002, an honor book. Look at that beautiful picture. And it's a story. Let me show you who it is. Martin Luther King. Dr. Martin Luther King, and that's the cover right there. Also in 2003, we had Noah's Ark. The story of Noah's Ark, and it's just beautiful animal pictures, great to talk about. We use this out here a lot because there's a lot of these animals that the children never see. They never go to the zoo and see giraffes or the elephants, but that's a beautiful book to help them. One book that I really loved was a winner in 2004. It's The Man Who Walked Between the Two Towers. This is before, of course, we had the bombing, and they bombed the towers in Washington, D.C., in New York. So anyway, he walks between the two towers. They're no longer standing there now, as you know, but he is a tightrope roper, and this is a true story of how he walked on the string between the two towers. This one's funny, is what do you do with a tail? The little children love that. What if you had a tail? What would you do with a tail? And they come up with, I could hang with it, I could hit somebody with it. What ideas could you do if you had a tail? Let me move those. In 2006, the honor book was Rosa, the story of Rosa on the bus, and she would not give up her seat, remember? And it's a great way for the young children to understand how important an event that was. One that has a lot of poetry in it about the pond. And this was written because children in a classroom in Texas, they had a lot of ponds down there, and they went out and observed a lot and started writing little poems about it. Song of the Water Boatman and other pond poems. We talked about another one that's poetry. We talked about that one. Good Masters, Sweet Ladies, Voices from the Medieval Village. That's a poetry one. This one's very interesting. It's called The Wall. Growing Up Behind the Iron Curtain. A child came out and then as a young teenager or a young adult wrote this book, what it was like to grow up behind the wall. The boys love this one. A couple of boys have the best week ever. It was an honor book in 2009. How long can we stand here and smile? Only for this picture, then we can go back to being normal. They do everything they've wanted in this 1 week and just have one marvelous, marvelous week. We talked about cows, click, click, that cows that type. The story of William Carlos Williams is called River of Words. It's nothing but poetry. Beautiful poetry, short poetry with pictures. Should be a great poetry book to get people started, called A River of Words. How I learned geography. I saw this used in 6th grade, and I've seen it used in 8th grade. Pictures of geography. And another one I've seen used in classes of geography is All the World. It just gives pictures of things that happen around the world. And then the last one I'm going to show you is one that you're probably familiar with. It's called Grand Canyon. Beautiful pictures of Grand Canyon. And a lot of stories about it, a lot of details of going down to the Grand Canyon. So those were some of the honor books and some of the winners. Okay, for next week, we don't have class, remember, because it's Thanksgiving. Have a great Thanksgiving. We meet again December the 1st. And the people doing their reports that week are Lindsay for 2016, Charlotte for 2017, Suzanne 2018, Roy 2019, Andy 2020, and Corinne 2021. I have a few of those books. I don't have all of them. But if you are looking for some and you don't have them, or your library doesn't have them, email me or something, and I'll see if I have them to show here. And maybe your library has been buying them, so that's a good chance to go to the library. Any comments, questions as we end tonight? Jesse, did you ever come, Jesse? I don't want to leave Jesse out if he's there. No, he still must be at parent-teacher conferences. Any comments or questions as we end tonight then?
Louise, what was the title of that Song of the Waterways or something like that? What was the title of that book?
Okay, just a minute. It's this bottom one right here. I'll show you. Let me go back to right here. It's called Song of the Waterman, Boatman, and Other Pond Poems, and that's who written by and
Thank you.
Simple things. I mean, it's amazing what you can write about. They just observed the pond, and that was part of their science. And let me show you some of the pictures, how pretty they are. It tells a lot about them. They saw frogs. Tells a lot about them, called spring peepers. There's wood ducks, things they saw on the pond. And it came from an actual experience of this teacher, and they said, well, we need to write a book about it. Anything else, anybody? Okay, you get to go home early. Yes, go ahead.
I have one question. It's to somebody who presented tonight, and you were talking about, and I wrote fly, and that's all I wrote. Somebody was talking about a cute story about a fly. Am I just losing my mind?
Spider and the fly?
Was that it? Spider and the fly, you guys? Okay, thank you. Thank you. It sounded really cute.
Is that right? Somebody?
What?
Yes, it was the spider and the fly.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Anybody, any other questions or comments? Okay, have a great Thanksgiving, everybody. See you on December the 1st. Thank you, Charlotte, for catching that it said the 3rd over on the assignment. So December 1st and December 8th are our last 2 meetings. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Yes, go ahead.
Just said thank you.
Oh, thank you. You're welcome. I thought you had a question. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Have a nice Thanksgiving.
Thanks. Thanks, everybody. Have a good Hey, Louise, are you still there?